Alright. Today I will be going through the backend and just fixing up all the syntactual and compiling errors before I continue down the road of updating the actual editor and adding stuff back. So I just want to get those errors out of the way, some new tests. Check something. Alright. Okay. Yeah. First and foremost, goes on to the right. This is main. This is here. Two arrows in main. I'm just gonna head into Windows, check out this. Yep. Resolved. Comment that out. Just so. Seems RF. Do you call reset on this, right? Yeah, I do. Okay. so often. So often. C L T C and you just storage. At least so that there is here. Okay, give up this one later. Look at this one real quick. These two. Uh, Check R and equals. It is restrictive in keys. So, this part. Almost done with all these errors here. Oh, wow, just paste that. I do gotta remember why I did a bit of code. I need to go check my GitHub, see what that code did exactly. Okay. Repositories. Oh. No, it's right here. I saw that. I gotta remember what the heck this function did. It's not intuitive at all. This function, check arg command equals, set, it took a left hand side and right hand side command to compare. It's comparing two commands. It does a quick check where it checks if they aren't the same size, return false. Okay. So right now I know I'm checking if they're the same size. Now I'm going through. Now that I know that they're the same size. Thomas, are you gonna be on later? Yes, if you're here. I have two commands, or two. Okay, cool beans. Maybe we can play grounded then. That'd be fun. Or we do hunt showdown. Two commands. What did this go do? I took two commands, I iterated through each. What did this code do? I'm using a macro here, so I gotta check what the heck that was. Oh, it's a pair of command or vector arguments is what a command is. I understand that. So a command is an array of commands. So it's just an array of commands. Wait, no. Okay, so this code. They all know my name now. Yep, you're welcome. 2 shows on Thursday. All one viewer. All one viewer knows your name now. You're welcome. I'm reading some of my old code and I don't know what I called it a command. What it was an array of commands. And each command in this array of commands was a pair of the command and an array of arguments. That's what that is. Okay. I understand now. There's 2 other people. Lol. Yeah, but they're probably my other friends. And it lies sometimes. Sometimes it thinks I'm a viewer. And sometimes it thinks my phone is a viewer. Separate viewer. Sometimes it doesn't. So I iterate through. I have the left hand side of commands, right hand side of commands. And I iterate through all of them. Then if I say the first one, is not equal to the second one, and the argument is not equal to the other argument, then I return false. Otherwise, if it returns true, then I hold up. Oh, what? What is this code? You're very slow. It is slow. I don't know. It's not the code you're looking at right now. It's another bit of code. I take a snippet. I have no idea. No, I won't take a snippet. I have no idea what this code is doing. Oh, it's so hard. What did I write? Is this not what I thought it was? I thought it was that. Molten command arg. Molten command arg has another thing of tokens or commands. Oh, because they could be possible. I get it. Think. My brain's out here. Think. I get it. I understand. Oh my god, that took me too long to understand my own code. My own code I wrote. I somewhat understand it. I don't fully understand it. It's digestible. I just have to add that in now. It's basically comparing two arrays of all commands, and it's checking if they're 100% equal. Not like semi% equal. Not if they're slightly equal. I mean, if they're equal. They're literally the same. So, I need to go do that now. Alright, I just need to implement the idea of that. God, that was confusing. Try to backtrack. Yeah. It's just weird because a command, what I call a command, was actually an array of actual commands, so you have like multiple commands, where each entry in these commands had the command name and the arguments. But any one of those arguments could also be another array of commands, where it has command name and command arguments, and then those can be another. So it was like, it could have been an ever-expanding thing. And just reading the code to like check if this entire like thing, this mashup of memory is all the same. Oh my god, that was abysmal to think about. So I know what it does now. I know exactly what it does and how it works. Now I just gotta go find an intuitive way to implement that. I have two possible routes I could do for caching commands. The first route, which is what I'm doing right now, which is I basically parse up the command and I collect it all like as if I'm about to execute the command, but then I store it for later so I can execute it later as many times as I want, which is more efficient. It does take up a little bit more memory. It takes up 120 bytes with the addition of possibly more bytes. Actually, minimum is 120 bytes, so it can go up to like 180 bytes. So like if I cache a bunch of commands, it can quickly pile up in memory. Or let's see. Actually, there's three options. Either cache it like I am now, so it's pretty optimal. I just take the code I've cached it into, and I just hand it over, and it works perfect. It's super efficient. Or I keep it all as a string, which increase operational time, which I don't want to do. Or, and the third and final one is store it as like bytecode. But that's too complex for the editor. I might do the bytecode stuff for like my game to make it more optimal. Or not. I don't know. But for the editor's sake, I think I'm just gonna keep it like this. I don't want to redo all this. This is too absurd. like a bool operator. Can I do a triple? No. Execution command. Other. Is this possible? Oh. Let's see. C++ all possible operator overloads. I don't want to use the equals sign for this kind of thing, because that's already useful in its own case. What I want to do is, this is why I would like to make my own language ASAP. I could just make it a function though, so there's that. Wait. Oh, it's automatic. Can I use the spaceship operator? No. Can I use the... I can use the spaceship operator. Uh-oh. If it works, it works. Don't know what to say. Just quickly, so wait, I can't do... say, right, I'm just gonna make it a function. I'm just gonna say bool, validate against command. Each time. I mean, it's not too annoying. It's just a little bit of extra characters, whatever. I'll do that one later. But now it's going to be. Command should just be active commands now. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Static validate commands. So in other words, like equals, like commands equals commands, I guess. Commands equal commands. That's totally intuitive. Cool. Alright, so it's just gonna be open CFG commands equals commands. And that file should be done. What is it done? Ligature manager. What about render? Maybe render isn't done. I'm just gonna comment everything out of this because you know what? I might in the near future rename ligature manager to render. into. So I'm getting like there's like a combo dump going on right now, and just seeing how it's going. and all goes down. Reduce the ashes. Cool. Let's see what other errors I hit. This one did. This one, just create a file. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna copy and paste some file details, yeah. I remember now. Yeah, go ahead and open that one up as well. This one up. Damn it. I'm just gonna fix all this up. Test window. What's that one word when you're scared of spiders? more that I'm unaware of. Oh. Wait a second. Why do I have a test window? I should just delete that. Oh, there we go. I was the only one that knew that would work. Alright. Why do I have camera? I'm going to some of the files and delete them. I'll be right back doing that. Let me first go into not that. times. Oh my god. That's just too effing good, dude. Alright, let's see what else I need to clean up before I can just test some backend stuff. I won't even render in the UI. That's not me for a few more days maybe. But I just gotta get the effing syntax errors fixed. What? Wait events, time out. Alright, how many more? Oh boy. Wait, so editor configuration, those can be ignored. GDI needs updating. That's it. That one's a quick fix. Command, graphics, and buffering. What? Oh, wait, what is this? Tasks. Oh, this can just. Wait. Set up GDI. Oh wait, does app do that? App. setup editor, error being coordination. Setup editor does these. Okay, so how does this get? Because by logic, oh wait a second, not this, but this flush GDI. Oh, okay. Yep. All right, it's all good. That means I can head back here, here. Okay. CS mile resource states. I'm getting pretty hungry. Alright, down that. Don't know if I like that taste. Circle staging. Stage rights. Change in commands. That's what that was. Alright, before I do this one, are there any more errors I can quickly fix up? Oh, these ones are easy fix. These are better. So now it should just only be an editor configuration manager. And then I can start adding in the tasks in the config system. And then once I make sure that those work, I can then move on to UI and whatnot. So this sounds good. Still have some in here. Oh, my bad. Alright. Alright, that should just be editor configuration manager, which requires just me to add some commands, and that would be it. Yeah. And these should be asynchronous as well, so it should be totally independent to what the device needs. So I might need to make a separate task for that, but otherwise, just a lot of fixing to do. Hold on. So yeah, so oh. So yeah, I just need to This is going pretty good. Alright, so I'm about to finish this one, and then I'll be working on this one, and then I'll be working on this one, and then before I can run my first test, I will need to work on this one, and then I should be able to test it. And testing, I'll do begin testing. Tasks, work, commands, work, rendering, works, basic elements. Right, elements. Texture, Alright, I am almost to stage 1 testing. Stage 1 testing just requires me to do this, and this, and then I can go through, make sure they work. Although stage 1 testing does actually involve some work that's done in here, so I'll do GI. I'll just throw it up here. No, what I'm gonna do Here's what I'm gonna do. I'll just say incremental to the rest of the list. Alright. Me doing these tests, it's not all just all in one go, or just test the first one, then straight to the second one, and then straight to the other one. It's incremental. So I test these two, and then I go in to test this one, then I run the basic elements, and then I need to make sure I do some things here before I hop back in here. Just incremental testing. Yeah. I like where this is going now. But almost there. I'm almost. This does feel like it's getting a little longer. But oh yeah. I'm getting pretty close. Okay. I'm gonna make some lunch. I'll be back. I am back. Alright. I went to go eat. I went to go eat and watch a quick thing. So, I am back now. What is this toilet break? How long was that break? No, it was probably like half an hour, TBH. I'm getting... why is it called an oven? Wait, why is it called oven when you and cold the food off out hot eat food? Why is it called oven when you oven cold the food off out hot the food? That's more like a mind twister, dude. What the heck are you on? That took me 4 years to understand that joke when I first heard that joke. I think I get it, cause like oven, you put in the food cold, but then you out instead of oven, out hot. It's just, that's weird. It feels like completely broken English. So for reference on where I'm at with this, since you're popping in, I guess I'll just explain it. I just have this one file to fix up. Just go through here and fix this up and think about before and after graphics have been initialized, how do I handle this? And then once that's done, I implement the parser and executor for the config system, and the runtime handler, including the flags, with the task system. Once those two things are done, I can begin testing and reintroducing features. Like this stage 1 testing, it says increment to the rest of the list. What this means is right away, once I get those few things I just said done, I can test these 4 things. Well, I can actually just test these 3 things. Nope, sorry, these 2. And once these two are tested and verify that they work, I just go into the rest, async handling, and then just start reintroducing these. And as I'm introducing these, I just check these off whether they work or not, right? And I'm not going to do any advanced stack placement yet. I'm going to keep it simple. I'm just going to have an element in the middle of the screen, maybe another element for testing layout and collision and whatnot. I'm going to keep it really simple. But then at the point at which I'm about, I'd say I'm about like right here-ish, is when I can go in and start doing all that stuff. Reintroducing all those features, because I know how to do it. I have the code on my other screen, my GitHub, of all the code I can reference. What I basically did is I have the code on my other screen to reference if I need to pull anything out, and I just Control A, delete a lot of the files, and I'm just gonna slowly reincorporate it as I'm doing the tests. I should be able to get the UI back up and running in a few days. Not that long. It's not me hard. If I can get the tasks and config system to work by tonight, UI done that should be all introduced in a few days. If I handle things correctly. If I handle things correctly, it'll be done in a few days. But that's my objective for today. Do this. I don't have to do this. Do this, do this, do this. And then I should be good for today. I'm on track. close to being done for today. What you were working on? You said you were working on terrain. Do you know how you did on the exams? You can just tell me in DMs, honestly, for that personal stuff, but what you were working on? Foliage. You were working on, or you were talking about foliage and terrain. And you were talking about spline meshes. That's another thing you're doing. Spline meshes, terrain, optimized foliage rendering. Yeah, the vertex shader stuff, the spline stuff. Is that what you're talking about? Vertex shader stuff. I don't remember what you were talking about that. Oh, also, I want to let you know, my past couple Steam support things, they basically just told me to use the bundle system and set it up like it's a deluxe edition thing to have multiple campaigns. And I was still looking at the MCC stuff. I'm like, well, they did it using packages, and I know you can. And so I looked at the Steamworks development forums, and people just outright tell Valve, hey, do this to my package, and they'll go and do it. So I closed my current support ticket, and then I sent them another support ticket, and I just told them, instead of asking how do I do it, how do I do this to get that kind of response, I just said, do this to my package, make it come with these things, and let's see if they oblige. So hopefully that will be out of the way. If they do cooperate, my thing should be future proof, and I should be good about that. Yeah, let's hope. Taking a break from your engine for the rest of the week, probably Saturday. I'll work on it with a fresh mind. Yeah, sleep on it essentially, but taking a little bit of a long break. You could just work on like modeling until then. Modeling, texturing, getting that workflow pipeline going, right? For me, my workflow pipeline is I make masks in Affinity Designer and UI Elements, of course, and I make all the texture stuff in Blender, so I can render them out at whatever quality I need. And if I need a per pixel base, I'll use Paint.net, but I export everything from Blender. Yeah, that's how it feels like. It's like post exam stress disorder. This is what I call it. I just want to make some decent in-game UI. The UI I made right now, I don't really like anymore. What do you mean? Not the gauge, I meant the menu. Oh, yeah, the gauge is fine. The menu? Concept it in Affinity Designer. Do that right now. I enjoy concepting stuff. I don't really use Figma anymore. I use Affinity Designer because I just have more control. I do gotta figure out how to get Affinity Designer to export in multiple resolutions the image with the noise being scaled up for the resolution correctly. Because right now, if you export like 4 times the pixel size, it'll export, and all the noise are like super small pixels now because it's literally per pixel basis. But one day I was fiddling around with something and I got it to export from a 512 by 512 artboard, and I exported at 1024 by 1024, and the noise was scaled correctly. And I gotta remember how I did that. I did some like things on the top right, and somehow I exported correctly. So I gotta figure out what the heck I did to get that to work. I want to make some sort of acrylic effect in some aspects of the game. You should mix Windows Aero with acrylic. Acrylic, you need to do, it's like a post-processing. You gotta do your UI as a post-processing effect so you can sample the background image. That's why I unfortunately can't do, that's why unfortunately in my UI I can't do acrylic behind elements. Like an element that goes behind something, I can't do acrylic because you would have to render multiple layers. Wait, RML UI can render, like if you put a box in front of another box, the box behind it, you can see it get blurred on the box in front. How do they do that? Are they rendering each layer as a separate image? Otherwise, how do you do that? How do you blur the stuff behind it? You would have to be... Well, yeah, they I don't know what you mean by that, but Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You have to have you have to render a completely separate image or an area in an image for that. That's, I don't see how they could do it otherwise, right? Because you would also have to sync rights and whatnot. Unless they're doing something really weird, and what they're doing. Okay, what if, hear me out, they have the image as a render target, right? And then between every single layer, they transition. They're able to use that image to read it in an RTV, so a read-only texture. They store it as a read-only texture and a render target, so they can write into it, but they can also reference the previous pixels. But maybe they copy image to image. Maybe they have a previous layer and they have the current layer, and that's all they have. And they're always rendering into the current layer, but before each layer begins rendering, they copy over to the previous layer. They could be doing that. That could fix it. So before they before they render each layer, they copy the current image to image -1, and then they use image -1 to do the correct effect, and they render that into the image. Yeah, so I'd imagine they have two textures. They render into one, and then before the next layer begins, they copy it into the prior one. So Zover, if I were to do acrylic between layers, let me quickly explain what the heck that thing was that I wrote. It's really easy to explain because you were tired. I didn't want to explain it too much. But the three modes, cached, direct, and indirect. Cached is the kind of idea I was doing before. It was all just one big jaw call, right? One big jaw call of all the instances. All the instances were sorted based on the layer, so nothing would be. It's all ordered based on the layer, right? But direct was the idea where instead I just I just do a draw call per element. That way I don't really need to order the memory. I can just go through each layer and just iterate over every single element and render. That was the direct mode. Cached is the original mode to be more CPU optimal, or CPU GPU optimal, I guess. Direct was the more brute force approach, and then indirect was like a mix between the two, where it wouldn't go beat per element, but would go per layer. And so if they do indirect would do per layer, so I would just go this layer, render this layer all at once in one draw call, then go to the next layer, do the same, do the same, do the same. What if I got rid of render mode and I just tried to do the indirect thing where it was like render per layer, and then I stored two images, one for the render the previous layer and one for the current layer, and between renders between each layer I'll just copy it to the previous one so I can do acrylic. That could work. And I force acrylic too. Acrylic. Like I enforce it, so like, you know what I'm saying? So I force acrylic, so anything that is semi-transparent is just automatically acrylic. Also, I just realized it has to be a rendered area, not a copy image, because if the area that is causing the acrylic regular shape, it won't be correct. What do you mean? It has to be a rendered area, not a copy image. Because if the area that is causing the acrylic effect is a regular shape, it won't be correct. Yeah, okay. Render circle. Done. There. Acrylic backdrop effect, yep. Yeah. Circle has acrylic enabled on it to acrylic the stuff behind it. Plop. Bam. There. Bro, I'm like Jaden Williams. Pop, done, there. Circle, there. Acrylic, has it. Ooh, why don't we just hop into a VC about this? I feel like that would be a little easier. It is fun. It just sounds like a lot of sampling too. I mean, you can join the stream. I can enable desktop audio. I can enable Discord audio for you. But let's hop into voice chat. Let's just... What's up? Oh my god. But you see what I'm saying? Okay. Do you want me to put you on? Okay, there you go. Okay, there you
go. Well, hello. Good. Is it good afternoon?
2:29, 2:30.
Yeah, it's good afternoon. Good evening for me.
I
think there's a bit of a feedback loop going on.
No.
well,
okay.
The acrylic, that's what we were talking about, right?
Yeah, so the acrylic, what I was saying was, you just go over each layer, right? Iterate through each layer. What I was saying was, oh, I can hear myself fine. Each layer, right? Iterate through each layer. That's your mic.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Hold on.
Yes. Sorry, so I can't talk when I'm hearing myself. It's one of those jarring mirror effects. Alright, so you iterate through each layer, right? And let's say for the sake of discussion, it's just single frame buffering, right? When you iterate through each layer, you render into the primary image, right? Once you're done rendering into primary image, you issue a copy image to image command, where you copy the primary image into the secondary image, and then you go to the next layer. The next layer will render into primary image, but when you want to do acrylic, you sample from the secondary image, aka the layer that the image that was rendered right before, so you can sample from the previous layer, quote unquote. Which is all the layers compositive, of course, because it's just the rendered image, right? But does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
I feel like that's the
pushing and popping.
Yeah, I feel like that's how it would probably be done. If I were to do that though, if I were to have it so every single element does acrylic rendering, if it's any sort of transparency, then I would have to get rid of the whole cache, direct, and indirect method, where cache was the everything's one jaw call. Direct was the every element is rendered as one separate jaw call, so you can just go per layer and then per element, but kind of like a brute forcing method. And then indirect was where I render it kind of like cache, but on a per layer basis. So I'd basically just be getting rid of this entire thing and just going, we're just going to render it per layer, organize it per layer, and we're going to do this acrylic effect and force it for everything. The only thing I fear about doing acrylic is the amount of sampling you might have to do, right? I'd feel like it'd be a lot though, right? Well, it depends on the group size you want, right?
That in the 2010s with Windows 7, that's already been being done the whole time.
Yeah. Well, it's done in OS level so easily because it's built into the operating system at such a fine level that it's more optimal.
Executed by the GPU though.
Yeah. It's still executed by the GPU, but they're using their own proprietary API that can it's like direct access. It's not even no checks here, no things here. It is pure direct access to the GPU.
I'm pretty sure it would just be direct 2D.
There are reports that they just use Direct 2D now, but I don't know the validity of those reports yet because they didn't use Direct 2D that often back then.
Are you
But
sure that
I'll
it would?
try it. I'll try it. I want to see if I can find a formula for acrylic though, like a really good form.
First of all, you'd have to do a 2-pass blur.
2-pass blur.
Yeah, vertical, horizontal.
Oh, yeah. Well, you just kind of sample from neighboring pixels amount a ways, and you kind of determine the current pixel, right?
Yeah, but the radius is fixed normally.
Yeah, the radius is fixed. Huh?
I use DW Blur Glass, which is like it's a visual program that adds like the arrow effect, the acrylic effect to windows. And
hold on, wait a second.
Yeah, the blur radius is just 6, so you just have to think how this works.
Wait.
And that's it.
Hear me out. What if, when I render each layer, I pass in the current layer it's at? That way, and then I render into 2 images. One is the color image, and the other one is a layer image. And the layer image, when I sample backwards, I can I can take the difference of the two, so I can like expand my sampling based on how the difference of the 2 layers. So that if I have multiple layers being stacked up, like I'm gonna show on stream, if I have multiple elements being stacked up, but then this one keeps going, and then this block is like moved in the 2D viewport, you know, so it's covering this one. There's a lot more blur going up in here than there would be over here, because this one is continuously stacking. If that makes sense.
Yeah, that's why you do that whole pushing and popping effect. So
no. This for that, you know. OBS reconnecting. Real life acrylic wouldn't work like that. It doesn't take the difference of that. It's just
No. You could also make it very cheap.
Well, kind of. So I don't know what you mean by a blur pass. Don't you just do the blur in the same pass as you're doing the current layer rendering? Like you wouldn't actually do a separate pass.
Absolutely not. That's very expensive.
And you wouldn't want to blur the entire image. You don't want to do that.
No, of course you don't. You just blur a certain area.
Huh? No.
Well, of course you would have a certain area that needs to be blurred. So you know what the area is going to be from your spanning, images and whatnot. So you just have to render that area.
Yeah, but if the secondary image is the previous render image, and this is the same frame, it's just the one that was rendered right before this layer, so it's all the previous layers composited, and then you're rendering the current layer onto the current image, which is all the layers composited. You want to be able to sample. I don't know how that would work exactly.
Hold on, I'm going to see if I have the RML UI examples in my folder.
Yeah. Let me see if I can find any, like...
Because the OpenGL 3 implementation has, I'm pretty sure, all the features necessary to do acrylic. Okay, I found it. Samples, which one is it? It's demo, isn't it? It's demo, I think. They have, what is it? Font effect? No, not font effects. Transition? No. Welcome? Decorators? I could have sworn they... Oh no, it must have been effects. There it is. Filter. Ah, there we go. So, if I show this, oh, hold on. I don't think it works like I thought it did. Well, I'm going to show it to you anyway. So if you look at this, I've got the blur, but the way it works is, I thought that you could apply it to something and then it would be applied on the background. That's not how it works, it seems. The way it seems to work is you render a quad and then you apply that blur to it. So I have to have a look at it. Oh wow, look at that. Yeah, render blur to this. Yeah, it gets slow when I do that. I'm not gonna do it too high. But yeah, if you want to do acrylic, like all you need really, like what? This? You just crank up the contrast. And then just, yeah.
Yeah.
That's kind of it. And I guess you could tint it a bit. They don't have that option though. But it doesn't seem to be like gonna be very difficult.
I just had a thought though. So, okay.
Oh, there we go. Oh, look at this. Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, okay, that's cool. Okay.
I can move this as if it's... Oh, wow, look at this.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm...
Look at this.
See, that's what I'm saying, right? It's the whole layer thing.
Oh, so it does... Okay, so it does support it. Okay.
Okay. Let me speak really quick. I wanna explain my thought process, okay? So, you have a primary color image.
Hold on.
Oh, here. Let me boot up paint.net, right? Alright. The most professional tool out there. I'm just gonna keep on this. So we have two we have a where's the box? We have a primary color image, right? And then we have a secondary color image, right? And then we make two more images for the primary depth and the secondary depth, okay? So let's say we render our first layer, correct? So our first layer might have a box like this, right? And we're like, okay, that's good. Now let's render the second layer. What happens? The second layer begins by, or the first layer ends by copying. All right, let me rephrase this. I'm sorry. We render the first layer. The first layer renders a red box. The second layer begins. What does the second layer do? The second layer copies the primary image, the render target, into a read-only texture, right? So now we got it like that. All right, now this secondary image renders a green square. Let's assume that this is transparent like that, right? Then when it needs to do the acrylic, what happens is, okay, let's assume that this green square is supposed to be acrylic, right? Like it's supposed to be semi-transparent, half transparent maybe, right? You there? Uh-oh, did I lose you?
Yeah, that was my grandma.
Oh. Alright, so
No.
we rendered a red rectangle in the first layer, and then in the second layer we copy that rendered target into a secondary image, right?
Yeah.
Then we begin Then we begin rendering the second layer, correct?
Yes.
When we render the second layer, we render a green box. We actually never have to do transparency. I never have to color this with any alpha, right? What I can do is... No, hear me out. Let me keep talking. I can render with no alpha, no transparency, and then I mix in I sample out the current pixel. So let's say I take this pixel. I'm like, okay, I need a sample. I need to do an acrylic blur on this pixel. I look at the depth buffer, and I look at this current pixel's depth, and I compare it to the previous layer's depth, which would be something like right around there, and it would be some difference. And now I know the radius at which I can expand out my blur so that things that are closer don't really have that much acrylic applied to them. And then once I've determined that, I will then go out and I will do an acrylic blur sampling against the previous image, and I will composite it into the current element. That way, I never have to do any actual transparency in the pipeline, because I'm actually sampling from the previous image, which is the composited collection of layers below the current layer, and I can just sample that directly, and there would never have to be any sort of transparency or alpha masking here whatsoever.
If I understood you correctly, you're going to do some sort of ping pong frame buff where you keep switching alternatively.
No. I don't do any ping ponging where I switch the render target. Once the next frame begins, I just copy the render target image into the secondary image so that I can sample it in the current layer. Right? That way, I never need any transparency on the actual output of the render. And if there needs to be transparency, like let's say I set to 0.5 transparency in the background color value, I don't actually have any transparency. I just sample the current depth against the previous layers, the previously rendered image depth, and then I now know the radius at which I need a blur around, and then I can just go into the previous rendered image, which I copied that into, and do an acrylic blur function, and then I composite it onto the current element, and then I take into account the transparency of whatever texture I'm providing into what the quote-unquote transparency of the current element is supposed to be, but it's never actually transparent. And I can even go the extra mile and make it so I can multiply the radius of the blur I'm trying to collect by the inverse proportion of the transparent pixel. So if something's not transparent at all, its blur radius is 0. If something is fully transparent, its blur radius is whatever radius is supposed to be multiplied by 1, aka the natural blur radius. And voila, I've done it.
Well, wait. Hold on.
That should work.
Why are they using MSAA for this?
I don't know. Maybe because like it just looks good. I guess I don't know.
This just looks completely broken.
I don't need to do any anti-aliasing in my UI because I do a natural soft effect on my edges.
Yeah, look. If you look at this, they use some sort of texture atlas.
Oh, weird.
Yeah, output. This.
Literally, my only two concerns with this is A, I need a way to, like, is this optimal? Because what if there's hundreds of layers? I don't think there would be hundreds of layers, okay, but let's say that there is hundreds of layers.
The assumption that there are that many layers. In that case, you can probably just set a limit to how many layers you can have pushed simultaneously, and you'll just stop recursively adding those layers. You can just
no. I'm not pushing anything into the GPU or anything. I'm just simply iterating over every single layer and rendering them, so I can render the layers.
What I'm saying is you just add a hard limit for those effects.
No, I mean, I guess. Because I'd imagine, so between every single layer, there would need to be a copy image to image command, obviously. I don't think I would need an image transition, I think it would only be at the very end and beginning of the frame I do an image transition, because I just copy image to image. Oh no, you need an image transition for if you're copying, correct? Yeah.
Yes.
So between every single layer, I need to transition an image, copy, transition it back. So 2 transitions and a copy between every rendering. Whatever blur radius it needs to be, it's going to need to go out that far and sample that many pixels in a cone,
That's
essentially.
because if you think about it, you can fit all of the effects in just one secondary attachment. So you just render those effects to that secondary attachment, and then your primary attachment just read from that secondary attachment.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, but you still have to do the blur effect in the during rendering of the layer.
Yeah. Okay, I think I see what you mean with the copy. I guess you could copy the back. No, that wouldn't really make sense, honestly. No, you would just in the second one you would
Wait.
sample from.
Wait. Hold on. I'm trying to think.
I only see ping-ponging as a sort of ability to efficiently.
Yeah, it might have to be. I mean, ping-ponging isn't the worst thing. Well,
No,
you'd still want... No, because you'd still want... No. You know what you could do, actually? No, that won't work either. You can't do ping-ponging. You can't render into both at the same time. Optimally.
I can tell you how ping-ponging would work. It'd be very straightforward as well.
But when I say I'm rendering the current layer, I don't mean like I'm only rendering the current layer and I'm clearing the image after rendering the layer. I'm saying I'm basically compositing it on top of every other prior layer.
The way this would work, let's say we have, this is our starting position. We just have this red box, right? Now, we know we're going to render this shape right here, right?
Yeah.
Actually, let's make it more interesting. I'm gonna add text here. Some text is rendered.
Okay.
Let's make this black. We have a squiggle. Right, okay. We know we're gonna render this, right? So what we can do is first, of course, let's go to the next frame. So this is now our next frame.
It's fine, you don't have to mess with the preciousness of it.
Yeah, okay. So what we do first, we like know, okay, this is gonna be the area that's gonna be spanned by the next layer, right?
Yeah.
So what we do is we have our secondary image that takes this image, and we just render this area. So let me just real quick do it. So the way it would work on this image is Gaussian blur. Let's put a radius of 6. There you go. Alright, so it would basically read from that and then render.
Yeah.
Okay. Now if we go back to our main image. There we go. Okay. Now what we do, we copy our blur. Well, not copy, more like
Sample.
when we write it, yeah, we sample it into. It's not pixel perfect because you know I end up with it would look like that, and then you overlay your shape. Let me just add some alpha to this. There you go. There you go. And what you would then do afterwards, each time you want to add another effect, so let's say we want on top of this, we'll just repeat the same process. We just completely forget about this. All this is for sampling. So we look at this, let's say this is our area, right? Blur, 6, radius of 6. And we perform that on this attachment, right?
Yeah, but this is you're gonna have to. This is more copy commands than the previous.
It's not any copy. There's no copy involved.
Then what is this copy pasting doing?
The copy pasting is just as for me to have a way to. Hold on. There you go. That's what I meant to do. Okay. The whole reason I'm doing copy pasting is because what's in actuality happening, you're just rendering to this off-screen attachment that is sampling from this image.
Yeah.
The reason I was copying is because in Paint.net, when you want to do a position, but in reality, all you're doing is you're reading from this primary attachment. So this is your primary. You only render the effects, which you then eventually you're going to read it back when you render your object.
But this is still more operations than just doing the primary secondary image setup, because this requires this setup still requires image transitions and
no, it has no copies. It has no copies. What did I just say?
Okay, so how many primary images do you actually have?
1.
Then why do you have 4 in there?
Because this is each frame. This is frame number 1.
Oh, you're saying you're showing me in like the incremental stages throughout the frame what it looks like.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So as you're rendering, when you write to so you're writing to a UAV. You're not copying. Okay. So you're writing to
just a render target.
No, the number 2 you have there with the blur.
That's a render target.
Okay, so you have 2 render targets. You have 1, which is the primary image, 2, which is the secondary image. You render to the prime.
It just takes up the same amount of memory because you just need this same size image because it's never going to take up more space.
First of all, in the primary image, first of all, how do you composite the secondary image into the primary image without doing any image transitions?
You just read from this attachment. That's it.
That's but you need to do a image transition, no?
No, because you finished the render pass. You already did all of your barriers. Think of this as...
You're not doing this. No, you're not doing a render pass per...
Yes, you are.
Oh, yeah, you are. Damn it. Alright, so... Alright, so...
Go from this step to this, it means... Stop render pass, right?
Okay, so you are still doing an image barrier. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. That's always going to have to happen because you are.
Okay, so far it's the same amount of image transitions as the setup I came up with, yes. Right? Second of all. Second of all, how do you blur it? Like. At what point are you blurring it?
Well, I just said it. You blur it in the second image. So in here you have.
Okay. No. When are you blurring it? Like, are you when you're rendering into primary and secondary images. Right?
Hold on, let me just add some. There we go, that's an arrow. Arrow. And then you go back to this.
So you stop the render pass. You begin a second render pass. You render the layer twice.
No, this is just this is the blood version of this, don't you see?
Okay, so you stop the render pass when rendering the primary image. You begin a render pass to render the secondary image. You do a blur, you end the render pass, and you begin the render pass of the next layer, right?
Yes.
So you just did 2 render passes per layer.
Yeah, basically.
Okay. Now, first of all, I'm just going to ignore the fact that you're doing 2 render passes per layer. I want to optimize this as best as I can, but let's just go on to the next part. When you, this quote-unquote function for do blur, when you're rendering the elements, how are you actually blurring it?
Well, because it's a completely different attachment, a completely different render pass, you just reference this image to sample. So each pixel, you just gather, you know, this area and you blur it.
So you render the primary image, which is just whatever you're rendering on the layer, and then you begin a second render pass, and the second render pass renders the exact same thing, but blurs it.
No, it doesn't render the exact same thing. No. You just render a quad, one quad, to cover this area that needs to be blurred. Remember, this is the area we need to cover.
How do you know the area you need to cover before you've determined that area? Because I could, what if I'm applying rotation?
That doesn't matter. You know, you already okay. For each element, you know what the min max is.
Okay.
You know the min max. So just before you render that image, before you render, you just perform this blur part, that area that is required, and then you render it on top.
So, okay, so I guess this is where mine came in. What is the difference between my system and your system where you just do the blur in the same pass as you're doing the layer?
It's more efficient.
How is it more efficient? You're still doing the same amount of calculations. And you're even doing more...
I misunderstood what you said.
Huh?
Unless I have misunderstood what you said.
Okay, so I assume that do blur is on a per pixel basis where you sample a bunch of neighboring pixels to calculate the blur, right?
It's just a regular blur pass.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying is in my system, I just do one pass per layer, one render pass per layer, and between render passes, I copy the primary image to the secondary image so I can read from it correctly.
No, you cannot copy.
That's why there's image transitions, bud.
No, but you cannot. The reason is, if this was not a quad, right, but rather a triangle, your copy would end up having more of a blurred area.
No, okay, you're misunderstanding. Can you look at my screen real quick? There's a misunderstanding happening. Let me delete this. Let me delete these. Let me delete the bottom ones because these won't matter in this. Okay. All right. So let's begin rendering layer 1. What happens in layer 1? Right. I render, say a red box. Right. All right. Now before I render layer 2, what happens is I transition the render target into so I can copy it over, right, to the secondary one, okay, and I transition it back to a render target. Now let's begin rendering layer 2. What happens in layer 2? Let's render a triangle, right? Make it green. We render a triangle. Now, when I'm rendering the triangle, and I need to determine, say, some radius to blur it by, what's happening is I need to go, okay, I need to blur this pixel right, when I'm rendering this pixel, I go, okay, this pixel, I need to blur the radius, I need to sample, say, this area, right? To make a blurred pixel, okay? What I do is I go over here, and I find that area, and I blur it, and then I apply that, and then I mix that with the current pixel's color, whatever texture I'm given, right? And then voila. And that way, that way, I'm not blurring any of these as well, I don't think. Can I what now?
Oh, no, you'll say, okay, I see. What you are saying is, oh no, but that makes sense. You just rendered the same primitive that you want to do the blur pass on. You don't need to render a quad, never mind. So you just render a triangle as well instead of a quad, just the same way. So you just
well, the triangle isn't just a triangle. The triangle is representing a texture that is a triangle, right? I wouldn't be doing blur up here because this area is not supposed to have blur, right? This area is because it's supposed to be colored in.
Well, you can just not do blur if alpha equals 0, so that doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I wrote these triangles as solid green just because, but in the sake of the discussion, right? There's still some things to figure out, obviously. Like, first of all, how do you do an optimal blur calculation? And not just blur, right? I'm not doing blur, I'm doing acrylic, which is different. And then secondly,
just a blur with another effect?
It's multiple stages. It's blur, it's a bit of noise, it's a bunch of things.
Well, that's very simple. The most expensive, the hardest part is the blur, which you want to do in 2 passes. So you need 1 pass for 1 axis, and then in the second pass, when you blur the other axis, then you apply all the other effects that you can just do at the same time.
Yeah. So I would just need to figure out when I'm rendering this quad that's represented as a triangle because of the texture, when I'm rendering this pixel, how do I optimally blur the secondary image into that pixel and mix it in? And the second thing was is, now I want to have it so if there's an element, like obviously if alpha equals 0, I just don't even call the blur function. And if it's like half,
I think that your camera is frozen.
My camera's frozen. How's my camera frozen? What the heck? My camera is frozen. How is my camera frozen? That's weird.
It just looks so weird just you sitting back and just audio comes up.
Let me re-plug it back in. And then I'll just do that, and then there we go. That's weird. So you know, if alpha equals 0, then no blur, obviously. Or yeah, alpha equals 0, no blur, and I don't even call the blur function because there's no point in needing to. And the amount of blur radius is proportional to the difference of the current depth and the secondary image's depth. And it's also proportional. It's also indirectly, or it's also inversely proportional to the alpha color. So to the transparency. So if something should be.
You mean symmetric, not inversely.
Yeah, not inversely. I was thinking of the other one. It is proportional to the transparency. Now the thing is, in the case of the triangle I just showed you, it should only blur inside the triangle, but this is a texture, and this part is transparent, so it would blur this part of the element. Now, how is that fixable? I might just say that if something is fully transparent, just don't blur it. It has to be at least 99, it has to be within the range of above 0 and below 1 to be transparent. Or to be acrylic. If it's 1 or 0,
Actually,
acrylic is
here's the
disabled.
thing. Depending on what you want to do, you might want to blur it if it's 0 or not.
What?
You might want to blur it if it's 0 or not. It just depends what. Because if you think about it, if you actually draw an empty quad, that has an acrylic effect. But no.
See, it just sounds expensive to me because
It's
almost
not
everything.
expensive,
No, hold on. It sounds expensive to me because almost everything in the UI is not 100% opaque. Everything has some transparency to it,
yeah.
and there would be a multitude of layers going on. So, I mean, it's not the entire image. Obviously, like one layer might just be like the title bar, and then another layer might just be like the drawers on the right, and that's it, the sides and whatnot. But then one layer could be a bunch of the base part of all the ligatures, and then the next layer could be like entire text editor part, right? And it would have to do it on a per character basis. So it's not a whole lot, but there is definitely a lot of overlapping happening. And I would also, when I'm blurring it, not only do I need to compare the difference between the current depth and the previous image depth at the pixel I want to blur, it's also, I'd also feel like it's the ones around it as well, because if you try and think about it like an acrylic window, something that goes up right up against the window but is like a curved shape, you know, the part that touches the window, you're going to see that very clearly. It's almost like there's no acrylic noisiness happening. But as it's disbanding, or the other ones behind it, those are obviously going to be more impacted by a blur effect in real life.
Yeah.
Now I might just say screw. Huh?
You're gonna have to resort to some sort of approximation because there's
Yeah.
a point where it's just not.
I was about to get to that. I was about to just say, I might just say, just for usability, just gonna negate some features, and either I only do a depth check to have it proportional to the radius of the blur, either at the current pixel, or I just do a uniform blur at the current pixel no matter what the depth is. Because because each element, the z-index system doesn't work off a manual statement anymore. Now it works off kind of inherently based on where it is in the layer system. But let's say that there's a bunch of elements between this green triangle and the very back of the window, right? But the red one is almost like not there. Like it's not really. It's like right at the base, while the triangle one is like 100 layers in or something wild, right? Probably more like 20 layers in, but still 20 layers in. That's gonna be 20 times the blur radius, or maybe it's multiplied by some constant, 0.25 or something. But whatever it is, the blur radius for the green triangle that overlaps with the red rectangle, that's gonna be a lot, and that's gonna impact the this if there's something right behind this triangle that is also at layer 19, the triangle's at layer 20, but this is at layer 1, the triangle is at layer 20, something behind the triangle right here is at layer 19, right? It's going to be barely any blur, barely any blur, and then a crap ton of blur appear throughout the red triangle. And that crap ton of blur is also going to bleed into whatever was down there behind the triangle, even though that's only like really right behind it. So I might not even do a depth check. I might just say screw it to the depth checking.
And it's honestly, I think you're overthinking it to this extent, because at this point, it's
I might
not gonna be that big of a performance impact as you expect.
I might just say screw it to the depth check, but I am worried about the amount of blur functions I'm be calling throughout the layer. That and the amount of transitioning and copying I'm going to do.
Don't think about those things because they're actually not going to impact performance.
Don't think about this. Come on.
Because remember, this is UI.
Yeah, it's UI, but it's still 1920 by 1080.
Yeah, and modern hardware, not on a GTX 280.
Yeah, that's true. Where is the...
You have to think, if old hardware could do this, new hardware can easily.
Hold on.
Because these are effects that have existed like before the... Heck, even the 600 series GPU, the oldest GPU that Vulkan supports.
Yeah, just give me a second. I'm trying to... There was a thing that kind of not didn't go into detail about the acrylic effect in Windows, but um this one I don't remember. Here we go. How we designed acrylic. I'm not gonna open this in my default browser. I'll open this on Zen.
Yo, hey,
Alright,
I hear you.
alright, just making sure that I accidentally bumped it. Alright. On my stream, I opened up acrylic. Alright, so it does the desktop background we're just gonna assume is the previous layer. It does a Gaussian blur, a luminosity blend, a tint color blend, and then a noise texture.
Yeah, the only thing you need to worry about is Gaussian blur. I'm very pixel color blend can be 1 pixel.
You're cutting out a lot.
Oh, that's because I have RenderDoc open and it's probably using my CPU a lot.
So what'd you say?
Is it better now?
Yeah.
What I'm trying to say, the only effect that you need to worry about is Gaussian blur. The rest of effects you can apply on this.
Yeah, luminosity blend, color blend, noise texture, those are easy, right? But Gaussian blur. Is there like an
The blur radius, do they say what blur radius they use? Because 6 honestly is enough. If you really want to get away with it, you can even... Oh. Because I actually have, arrow effect on my windows. Yeah, 2 is too little. Yeah, you can get away with 4. Heck, I think you can even get away with 3. If you use a blur radius of 3, even that is enough. Hey, I don't think, Can you say something? Oh, there you go. Now it works again.
yeah, it's the core is super buggy. I might just do something like
But what I'm saying is, you can just do blur radius of 3, which is freaking cheap anyway. It's 3 plus
yeah.
that's 6.
Radius.
And,
What'd you say?
and
You said something
you can
about
do
6?
Yeah, you can do 6 samples, and you can even do them efficiently because you can use linear texture filtering to accelerate it. On blur algorithms that can do 3x3 blending, I think. Sorry, a radius of 3, so that's gonna be 6 on each axis, so that's 12 samples. it works.
So you said how much blur you think I would be able to get away with? Probably like 4.
Radius of 3, so that's gonna be 12 samples on the X and Y axis in total.
3 is 12?
Radius of 3, so that means diameter
Oh!
is 6.
Yeah. Alright, yeah.
Any less than 3 doesn't look convincing.
What blur function would you recommend? Just regular Gaussian?
Just box blur, that's easy.
I want to see if there's a GLSO example.
You don't know what box blur is? That's just how most people implement Gaussian blur.
I never wrote a blur function, so...
Never? Oh yeah, you never
No.
did rendering, that's why.
Ah, yeah, totally.
UI does not count, bro.
Huh?
If we see it, scroll down. The way they... Hold on, go up. They were showing it, they were showing it.
I know, dude. It automatically jumps to the bottom sometimes. Chill, dude. Laundry. Yeah. Transparent frame buffer object with some objects running to it. Then I need to apply some shade effects. Basically, only blur and render results on the screen. I also want to adjust the radius. Make sure. What is he asking for? Gaussian blur on an image is convolution between image and weight.
Don't think about that. I don't know why they're talking about that.
Render game background entities, etc. to FBOA. Enable horizontal blur. Render FBO to FBOB. Blurred. Enable vertical blur shader. FBOB to screen blurred. Why can't
like
I just...
say, we discussed the horizontal blur pass. Then you blur the second, then you use that image to blur vertically.
Oh. So you can't just, while you're coloring in the pixels for the current object, you can't just, during runtime, just make a blur pixel?
You can, but it's going to be way more expensive because instead of 6 plus 6 is going to be... So you're going to be doing 36 samples instead of 12. You will be doing 36 samples. You do it in one shader.
Okay. So instead the setup is to render to the primary image and then ay. Homie G. So you gotta do... Alright, I'm just gonna read what this says here. Two FPOs. Sure. Okay.
Yeah, and you can actually also linearly interpolate those Gaussians to make the sampling precision.
Okay.
Oh yeah, and in that image there, they were going to explain the difference between 1 and 2. I believe technically 1 pass is correct, and 2 pass an approximation.
Oh, so...
You really don't see the difference between 1 and 2 pass.
So, what you basically do is you render to one image, and then you begin a second render pass, as you said, and you take the image you just rendered and you blur it, and then in the next layer you reference that, and you're basically always overriding the blurred image result. You're never actually using that in the fun. Like, you're only using that to reference when you're compositing and anything that does need blurring. Oh, and with that solution, that's why you can't do like any real good depth matching. I mean, you can, but like not really that well. I see. And how many samples was this?
I think that was, what, 4? A radius of 4, so that's 8.
8. It shows 9.
No, it's 9. 9.
Oh, the radius is not something... Is the radius not something you can really determine on the fly? That's something you gotta kind of hard code or do an unwrap attribute on a loop?
Why? It's kind of expensive computing the Gaussian weights, that's the only problem.
Oh, these values at the end are the Gaussian weights. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I see it now. Alright, so that's something I can't specify in here.
You can also just approximate it, I guess, but...
Approximate.
Honestly, just hard code it.
Yeah, I'll just hard code it. Okay, so I see why. That does kind of suck that...
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah,
never
mind, sorry.
It does kind of suck that you have to do you have to begin 2 render passes. Well, you have to begin 2 render sessions per layer, and actually you don't need to do any transitions of the images, really. You can just keep rendering into it. No, wait, no, I'm dumb.
No,
yeah,
you need
to transition it because you need to read it.
Yeah, it's a render pass, so you just do your regular barriers.
Yeah. For every layer, you do a render pass, and then barrier, and then second render pass for the blur, and then you barrier it again, but so you can write into it again.
Yeah.
Oh, and then of course you can't clear the primary render target. You instead have to manually issue a command clear.
Wait, why? Why didn't you worry about that? You only clear it once.
The primary texture?
Yeah, you just clear it when you first start rendering the UI.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I said. You
just do loads.
I know. That's what I said. You turn off clearing. You turn off clearing, so you don't clear on load.
Oh, gee, I just realized in Vulkan that's kind of annoying because in the render pass, that's where you set the load ops.
Yeah, you just set the load app. You just set the load ops to don't care.
Load, yeah, and then you have to manually do VK command clear attachments. Yeah.
Yeah, I already have a clear command buffer function in my system. The annoying part is, I think for DirectX 12, you have to be using the image as a UAV to clear it though. But I'll see if it throws any errors if I just clear it as a render target. It might just let me clear it as a render target, honestly. Watch. DirectX 12.
If that doesn't work in DirectX 12, just make a render pass that just clears it, and that's it.
Yeah, I would probably just do a... Well, that's kind of the same thing as a UAV clear in the end anyways. No, actually it's not. What am I saying? Yeah, look. Clear unordered axis view UInt. This behaves like a compute operation that isn't ordered with respect to surrounding work, such as dispatch calls. To ensure ordering, barrier codes must be issued before and after.
VK command clear color image.
It does it like a render pass instead, right?
Yeah, this one is a... Oh no, hold on. Supported Q types, graphics and compute.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Vulkan can clear it because it acts like a render pass. Like a
No. You cannot execute render pass in a compute queue.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
No, but it doesn't seem to. I think it's just an actual hardware feature.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It acts like a raster pipeline, so sorta.
No, it's
If
not a
you know.
raster pipeline because otherwise it cannot execute on the compute.
I know.
Unit.
That's why I said it acts like. I didn't say it is, homie G. I said that's why it acts like. And DirectX 12, it acts like a compute pipeline. So I would just need to transition it and then clear it again, which is annoying. But I think I do that anyways, actually, for one thing.
You know what you otherwise can do? Just render just one large quad, that's it.
Huh? Oh, just render one large
Render
quad.
one big quad covering the whole screen.
Beautiful.
That's just like the DirectX 12 way.
Where's I just went to initialize. When I call render,
vclear command clear color.
I
Have you ever
do.
heard of vclear command clear gradients though?
No. Yeah. See, I issue a clear image to clear the pointer images because the pointer images I don't It's not render pass. It's a UAV I'm writing into per frame. So that kind of sucks. My original UI system was a one pass, one draw call UI, and now it's gonna be downgraded down into a one draw call, a two render pass, two draw call.
Yeah,
per
I was
layer.
already telling you were overly stupidly complicating your UI, and you're like, no, it's gonna be efficient.
Now it's not gonna be efficient.
It's still gonna be efficient. Just you will be able to have acrylic as well.
I think I'll be able to keep the render modes and just have acrylic enabled for the other one, the last one.
You just have acrylic disabled by default, so you have to enable it manually.
Yeah. Well, it would just be acrylic disabled for this mode, and then I just do the same thing with these except for the last one. Acrylic enabled. I think I will just do. I might just end up doing that whole per layer rendering. I'll see how it works. I'll treat the code like I have the intention of doing direct and cached, but if in the future somehow it's like still super optimal, even with like 2 or 3 text editors open, I'll just keep it as indirect, the quote unquote indirect solution, not indirect rendering, but you know what I mean. Oh, that's interesting. That's fascinating. Hmm. Look what you did. You're adding more work into my ledger.
I mean, you wanted acrylic, didn't you?
Well, I was only initially talking about acrylic. Well, I only ever had acrylic.
I know you wanted. That's not my problem.
I only ever had acrylic for my window. You came in discussion and started yapping about acrylic. What'd you say? What'd you say that got me yapping?
I was talking about how I wanted acrylic in my UI, and then you're like,
Let's see.
Oh, how would I do this in my editor?
Yeah.
And then we just
well, I didn't initially think about my editor. I was initially thinking about the how do things do acrylic.
You realize that we've been talking about this for 2 hours straight, almost.
Possibly.
Okay, 1 hour, not 2.
Yeah. You're yapping if you mean 2 hours. Look what you did to me. Absolutely shrekking up my mojo here, dude. I'm like a freaking.
You make everything yourself, yeah.
I'm becoming a radio station with the amount of talks I'm having with random people.
It's a podcast channel now.
Yeah. Devs Out of Bounds. That's what the podcast is supposed
to be. Exactly. Devs Out of Bounds. Welcome, guys.
It's now a
Devs
podcast.
Out of Bounds. Today we are back with another podcast.
It's now a podcast.
Today we're talking about how temporal anti-aliasing is trash.
And we have a guest with us on the phone. What's his name? Oh yeah, it's something like Threat Interactive or something.
I want a modest, traditional MSAA game engine that is going to anti-alias the pixels for me when I come back from a hard day's
Edge detected MSAA. Lucas showed me about that tech. That tech's actually kind of cool. It's not
MSAA. As soon as you say edge detection, that's not MSAA, bro.
It's using MSAA, but it's able to do just a quick little pre-pass sort of for edge detection, and it doesn't sound that complex. I don't remember all the details anymore, but it was actually kind of cool to listen to.
The problem is that in deferred rendering, MSAA is just not.
It's not. You cut out again, right when you said is something.
In deferred rendering, MSAA is just not usable. That's the problem.
Well, I'm sure there's a way you can do it.
I've done it. It's possible. The problem is that it's just too slow.
Oh.
And I did it the fast way. I did it the most efficient way possible.
You just gotta come up with a new, inventive, revolutionary anti-aliasing.
Yeah.
Big brain.
So that's why I said I want a traditional MSAA, traditional anti-aliasing game engine that anti-aliases the pixels when I come back from a hard day of work.
They should just build MSAA straight into the monitor.
Oh yeah, bro, because it totally works on the pixel level, not on the geometry level.
Yeah, just give me freaking infinite pixels to work with. We need. You know what we need? We don't. No. Let's get rid of pixel-based rasterization. Let's get rid of the raster pipeline. Let's introduce the vector pipeline. Yeah. Yeah, the vector pipeline. There we go.
So it just ends up outputting just what the.
It's basically like.
No. What if you just use sign distance fields and then you anti-alias it based on the sign distance fields?
That's what I'm doing for my UI. That's how my UI. That's what I meant by edge softness. Is I'm using the SDF to calculate a softness value to apply anti-aliasing during the rasterization method stage.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually something that I could take. I have it specified. Okay, this is gonna sound weird, but I have it specified on a per element basis. If I open up my code, my shader code, you can see that in my element properties, I have edge softness and border softness.
Yeah.
Border softness is kind of cool because it bleeds inwards. For some reason, my border softness calculation won't bleed out of the element. It always only bleeds inwards. And that when I did that context menu, that's how I got that gradient effect. That gradient effect was not a texture. That was just border softness being applied to an instance value. Edge softness is not the border. It's the underlying element, the base, kind of the base color, the background color, bleeding outwards. So if I do a fine looking border and I apply a bunch of edge softness, you will see the color of the background element, the background color, bleeding out behind the border out of the element. Wi-Fi borked for a second. I don't think I'm gonna get rid of edge softness. I think I am gonna keep edge softness as a thing I can specify, because that gives me more power over some stylization. So I think I'm gonna keep it though. Anyways, what were you saying?
I didn't really work on rendering today. I just implemented the bug fix. What was it? RML UI? Because the guy got back to me and he said that he fixed it. So I wanted to test that out.
Did it work?
Yeah, he fixed it.
Nice.
Yeah, what I did is I was making my... Yeah, for my friend's game engine, I made like a system. Event system.
You're cutting out.
Input.
I have no idea what you said.
Why am I cutting out? There's nothing in the background, bro. Like, just YouTube.
Yeah, but every now and then it like cuts out a very important keyword. And so I just have no idea what you said.
What I'm trying to say is, I was making my own event.
And it cuts you out.
So as I was saying,
Event something.
Event handler.
Handler, okay.
For inputs. Because in my engine, I just call.
And it cuts you out.
Because
you're going
it was
so carefully to not get cut out. And then right when you speed the pace, right on a keyword, it cuts you out again. Oh. That shit is too funny, dude. That has to be.
Okay, what if I talk like this? Does this work?
So far, so good.
So as I was saying, I just copied the cherno when I did it in my game because I had no idea what I was doing. So, of course, I have a very bad system that is not fit for my engine. So I wrote a much better one that is more akin to what most event systems are based. You just bind an event handler, and then you can unbind it.
Yeah. That's what I do.
Yeah, that's not how the cherno did it. What happened is you had to bind this event handler function, and then that function would bind other events, but you can only do it once in the whole application for one window.
Huh.
Yes, that's how annoying it was. So as soon as it binded at something, it would unbind it somewhere else automatically.
Oh, and then keep
so
like a list
really
of some sorts.
But there's no point in reworking it because I don't need to touch it anymore, and I don't even want to rework it. I don't want to know what kind of bugs are gonna happen if I try to fix it.
Bro stole a whole valuable hour from me of things I could have been doing.
No, don't twist it on me. You're the one that wanted to see how it would render. I just said I wanted to do it in my engine.
No.
Go back to the beginning. Go back to after the Be Right Back session. You will see that you are the one that started whiteboarding and starting to talk about how would I implement this efficiently in my engine, because you had the off-screen frame buffer, which will frame buffer into the main frame buffer.
You use frame buffers?
Yeah, duh.
Let's discuss them. He's the frame diddler. I'm still waiting. Go work, big bro. But what if Big Engine is watching? They're gonna steal my code. I'm paranoid. Big Engine's gonna steal my code. I'm snacking. Give me a quick second. What the heck? What'd you send me? Oh, womp womp. Don't feel. I already have it. Not have yours. I already have my own. It's called it's called event, I think, right? Yeah, event. So here. I use it. It's very small, and I use it for some things. Event dispatcher. No, you need event manager, dude. Where is Lay event manager? I was gonna say something funny, but I can't. Oh. Base app? What is that? Based app? Any derive apps? What is going on in your screen? What? What are you showing me? Okay. So you made the arrow keys or whatever bind to the window. Reform? Oh, schooling? Okay. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. Bro, just use the config system, man. Just bind inputs to your thingamabobs. You know? Oh my gosh, you have it as a freaking template input. You're making me turning into a gremlin, dude. Well, he still uses frame buffers. That's sad. Oh, Lucas said, "You guys in VC?" We were, but now he's deafened because big engine is gonna steal his code. Also, Lucas, laugh at Zilver, please. He's still using frame buffers. He still uses frame buffers. Oh, he needed to just stream. He wasn't talking to me. He was embarrassed. What was Sag? Invite you? Alright, hold on. Let me get into Goofy group. Not Silverblade. S. Oh. Look, he's on his own account. Look how special he is. Yippee. Oh boy. Huh. It's just all of his own. He's got like 11 old accounts. He's got not Silver, Silver, Silverblade. Whatever. Huh. No. He got me yapping for like an hour straight about how to implement acrylic and whatnot. Nope. Straight yapping. Look who decided to finally show up. Headphones. Headphones. Yeah, your previous one was absolutely right. Oh, that one's bad. Don't use that. Why are you watching my stream out loud? That's disturbing. True. He's just stalking in the night. That's all he's doing. Yeah, but he still uses frame buffers, so laugh at it. Oh, I'm so tired. I know. Hold on. I kind of gave up trying to read it because of the bad translations, but I'll read it. I'll continue reading it on my other monitor. Yeah. I am muting him. He's gone. Reduced to atoms. Alright. Let's see here. Let's see here. Practical part. I'm gonna skip processing and I'm gonna hop straight into rendering. Yeah. Yeah. I don't care about I don't care about dynamic LEDs. I'll manually generate my well, I'll generate my LEDs traditionally, and then a meshlet system will go on top. I won't do dynamic LEDs because I'm gonna be doing everything on a chunk-based system anyway, so it doesn't really matter to me. So rendering a simple UML diagram of a single image, yada yada yada. Requires additional. I don't want to say all of it because stream. Render depth of meshes from previous frame, hardware rasterization, software rasterization. What is the what now? Yeah. Combine depth images, generate HZB. Generate HZB? What do you mean high? I think it meant high. I think it means high Z. It's just doing its thing again. The coal meshes, coal meshlets, software rasterization, hardware rasterization, render meshlets from previous frame, resolve visibility buffer, and repeat. Okay, I will read this later. I'm not gonna read it right now because I'm getting. It's been like a little over an hour now of just pure yapping and not programming. Zilver pushed me into a yap loop. Does it cover? Does your thing cover binning though? The binning. Okay. Yeah, I meant materials. Yeah. Because that's the only thing I'm ever afraid about meshlets is to optimally do it, you'd have to use a readback buffer and like so you can determine which pipelines get which part of the screen. You know, that sort of thing. GBA, real Gaussian blur anti-beats. Yeah, but that introduces the as Zilver put it, the register, whatchamacallit, register pressure. Oh, you only do meshlets on one shaders, like on one universally big, like PBR basically. Ah, I see. Yeah, that makes sense. Right. If I were to do meshlets, I wouldn't be doing it on skinned entities. I might do it. I won't do it on dynamic entities, because dynamic entities, like cans, right? I want to use lattices on cans so that they can get squished and whatnot. And I'll just do some traditional culling there. I won't do meshlets on there. I'll do meshlets. For higher end hardware, I might do meshlets for singular universal pipeline on on the static environment. But anything that's remotely dynamic or anything other than the static PBR, I won't do meshlets on. Yeah. I do see the advantage though. Being able to just call out individual triangle groups on the GPU is a dream come true. Dude, that would be so insane if you could just discard, like, you could just, on a triangle, at the beginning of the triangle, at the beginning of the vertex, you can just call it discard, and it just doesn't, it never even calls the fragment shader on the entire triangle, if you just call it discard. I know, I'm saying I wish I could do that. I wish you could just, at the beginning of the triangle, check if it's inbounds or whatever, some other techniques as well, and just call discard, and it never even calls a fragment shader on that triangle. That would just be beautiful. But no. Calling discard. Oh, because then the GPU takes care of that. Oh, I guess, yeah. Yeah. That just might mess up inbound UVs for the existing things. I know, but things that are connected to it. Other triangles connected to that triangle. Oh, you're detecting which triangle it is, and therefore you're calling it. Oh, yeah. Yeah. But the other triangles that's using that shared vertices, those are being computed correctly. Yeah. I guess. I guess that would work, but I don't know. Interesting though. Interesting. First option. No, that's first option. On this, I think this is the wrong one. This is. Oh, so sleepy. Oh, I was so close to it. Compute shader with software. Yeah. Huh. Dude, if we can collab in the future, so that when I'm working on Crystallite for my game, which is the experimental branch for rendering stuff, if we can collab on getting LOVM IR to compile to SPURV, and then for myself also compiling it to DXIL and maybe even FXC, because that's also required for some GPUs, that would be insanely amazing, because it would be awesome if I can say, yeah, take this vertex shader and fragment shader and compile this to a compute pipeline, or take this vertex shader and compile it to a mesh shader, and it just kind of automates a little bit of it. That would be awesome. That would be kind of cool. or even, because I even also expressed that another cool idea would be to build a CUDA DLL, and then take the vertex and fragment shader, and instead of saying compile it into a compute pipeline, I instead just compile it into nodes, nodes like things that derive from base node on the CPU. So I just compile it to a set of real memory addresses, and then I just pass that to CUDA, and CUDA would render it. That way, I can detect changes. Like if you change a static constant in the shader, instead of recompiling the whole shader, I would just see that, update that one node in memory on CUDA, and then CUDA would render it when I'm testing out programming a shader in my editor. So it would just like do it within like a quarter of a second and stuff. So that'd be kind of cool, because my compiler would be able to detect that stuff without recompiling the whole file. Yeah. So it would just be something so helpful and such time saving when programming, because specialized shaders. Yeah. Kind of. Mhm. Great cards work. You can just say great cards. The 30th. Ooh. Next thing you know, you're gonna get MK Ultra out there. Mm-hmm. Yep. Bro is getting into the elite class right now with all these exams you're taking. Oh, that sounds awful. Making me on the grind set mindset. As per usual. You should call it the You should just call it mewing engine or something at this point. Man, it would be insanely dope. The Mew engine. Sigma engine win. Okay, make sure you sent it to me. Ooh. Yeah, I have a pretty big to-do list as well. I vote. So, Zova told me to try writing my to-do list in a different format, and that's what I did. And the format I wrote it in is, instead of writing a to-do list based on the subject, I wrote the to-do list based on the chronological order that I need to do it in. Now, the current to-do list, I still hop between some of the items because some of them do kind of like intertwine and whatnot. But more or less, it is still following a chronological order, so I can just keep going through the chain and just getting things done. Although there's one part in my to-do list where it's just it just says ... because I don't know exactly what the order would be there. I have no idea. But yeah, I feel you when you see that kind of to-do list. It looks painful. Physically based. Yep. No, not upscaling. No, not DLSS. No, don't do DLSS. I'm not even gonna try and add DLSS to my engine anytime soon. I'm not even gonna try. I might just release my game without DLSS at all in the settings menu. What you see is what you get. Nice. Quote unquote performance. Fake frames. With DLSS or no? Okay, without is a keyword there. If you said with, then it's just a lie. It's fake frames. Yeah, it's quite a lot. It's a lot of rendering rate, but I would rather have native than fake frames. You can just do the math. Huh? So I've been trying to get so I've been asking Steam support, I think I had 2 or 3 support tickets with them, asking them how do I configure my packages to do such and such. I won't say it out loud, but to do such and such, and they basically just kept telling me to do it this way, and I don't want to do that way. So I just basically emailed them and said, I basically just told them, do this for me. No longer is can I do it, I'm just saying do it for me. Yeah. I don't want to discuss in detail about this Steam stuff because I don't want to violate any wild Indian stuff that could be covered. Well, I think the NDA doesn't, like, a lot of that I could talk about is out there publicly, but it's already out there publicly by them, and have videos on YouTube about some of the stuff. But I don't want to actually mention like 2 words that I might not be allowed to mention and just kind of screw myself. So I'm just not going to mention, I'm just not going to talk about it in length at all, or just best. Yeah. Well, they do some other things, like they do it on skin meshes and whatnot. And that's... But there kind of is. Like, I think they actually do regenerate stuff on skin meshes a lot. Per skin mesh too, right? Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. Is that's what they do. Yep, they recompute a lot of it on a per skinned mesh basis because each one could be at a different frame and mixed with other animations and doing other things. So yeah, but you don't know what the next one could have been because it's not just one animation, right? You're blending animations almost all the time with characters, and they're reacting to their environment with IK and whatnot. So I would just not. I would just render those stuff the traditional way, in my opinion. Mm-hmm. Yep. I've been getting into that game a lot, and I don't. And you are pretty close to Russia, so I can see why you. You're also the kind of person who would probably get into CS:GO. No, I know how Tarkov works. I know. probably just called it that. That sure is a Guna corner. Was that a Nerf gun? No, at the bottom. Nope. That's basically what Silver has with his cars on his I can't wait to play a Florida healthcare system simulator later. Mhm. Yep. Mhm. What? Well, that's changing your hardware monitor because I don't see any changes. Uh, uh, well, I have a button dedicated on my keyboard to that, so I don't really care. Anyways, I'm probably gonna head out. Uh huh. There's new game mode. Oh, they're infantry. I heard about that. Yeah. It's gonna be. Yeah. $2042. Yeah. I know. Oh, that, yeah. The one they're trying to be quote unquote transparent about, yet they're barely releasing any information. Yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna head out. I kind of have an objective by tonight, because, like, if I want to get my UI at least working in the next few days, or maybe by the end of the week, I want to be on track. And all I gotta do for the rest of today, the only thing I gotta do is I got to store the recyclable command buffers in separate vectors based on the queue. I gotta update all the config commands, which I'm just about to finish doing. I gotta, and then I gotta work on the implementation for parsing and executing config commands, and implementing the function for runtime handling and flags for tasks, which also means thread pooling, and optimally pooling threads so that one thread doesn't wait on the other while that thread is waiting on the first one and stuff. Something wild like that. And then I'll be able to move on, and then that basically concludes today. So it doesn't seem like a lot of work. It's basically just 4 bullet points, but overall it feels like it might be a lot. So I'm gonna head off. I'm probably gonna actually stop the stream as well, or gonna take a shower and just think about how I'm gonna do that with the tasks. And I'm about to finish the config stuff and whatnot as well. And the config parsing and executing is gonna be relatively easy. So anyways, peace. Adios, amigo. And adios, chat. I'm heading out.